Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be working on more Insignia dev. I have been having some meetings with the team this morning to do with sound and music and the sound of music. Yeah, today we're going to be just chipping away at content as we were yesterday, but this time with less arguments about AI and distractions. So hopefully we can get into that pretty quickly. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Cyborg Chipmunk, thank you so much for the sub. Metal Horns is here. Thank you. Well, Metal Horns is the most recent follower. Thank you so much. But we've also got Snorluxy, Swizz UK, Saravati, welcome. And anybody who happens to be lurking on YouTube, good to see you as well. All right. So, basically, the first task I have to do today is to do some laying out of tasks for one of our sound designers, for Elias. Well, our sound designer. We've only got the one. So what this looks like is me I've got this boss that's in chapter 2, in the mid boss. And I want to be doing some briefing for him. So it's like I get one of these and I take each of these and I make one of these out of it. Okay. So let's write a bit of a bio. Aru is the god figure of the Hirin, deer people. The Hirin worship the emerald, at the center of the Hirin culture is the power to animate the world, and Aru is the central figure. Granted by the emerald that sits in the heart of the forest. Aru is the religious figure, personification of this life-giving force. The effigy of Aru is an enchantment on a hollowed tree trunk that imbues it with the spirit of Aru, taking the form of a giant animal deer which fights to protect, which fights to ward off intruders into the world of the heron beneath Shepperton. Let's be loud. Hey, Virtue. Spectral. Is that the word I'm looking for? Yeah. Okay, and then if I go to sound effects document, we should be able to provide some more references. And I want to do like well, that's very FFX Xeon intro. This is a boss, correct.
My name's Yuna.
But I really want to see like the specific, like there's like a visual effect of when an Aeon is killed, where the pyre flies all come away out of it. I mean, when anything is killed, it does it, but I wish I could do a snapshot of just one little segment. have I or will I compose my own music? There is music that is being composed right now, and I many years ago composed some of it, but the rest of it is not being composed by me. It's being composed by Morgan Ridley Smith, who is our composer for the game. Okay, and then what else? Can I take this? And can I paste it here? Cool. So these are all pretty much the same in terms of priority. Okay, so this is like there are 2 bosses that are completed. This is the 3rd, but only one of those bosses is in the game. The other one's sort of on the back bench, and then I've got fights that I class as boss fights that involve just normal enemies that have more health or whatever with music. So I've got one of those too. So this is it's like technically the 4th, maybe. Yeah, it's crazy. What's up, Tony? Now this is not what I expect. This is animation related. But it needs to be one of these, not one of these. There we go. I think this shouldn't be this. Hey, Booyah, thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed the raid yesterday. We had so many people watching. Hello? I can't click Figma's UI. What the heck? I can't click it. I can click that. But I can't click the bar at the bottom. The heck? Is there any specific player mechanic I'm testing with this boss? There's always a player mechanic that I'm either testing or teaching, and because this is a mid boss, this is a boss that grants you a mechanic rather than tests you on one. Hey, Sumrandev, welcome. You're just in time. Just in time for me to wrap up with this this task, which now we're going to pivot into what do we work on, chat? We got a bunch of bugs for Insignia. We also have, what was I working on the other day? Oh, there was tasks relating to crucibles I could refactor. But right now, I'm working on just being able to walk through my chapter 2 gameplay. Okay. Hey, welcome. Thank you so much. Thanks for the raid. Am I missing the sounds? I think I can boost that. Okay. So this is how I graybox my game. I just have like prompts that pop up that I can just place in places. So I'll do like a first pass set of prompts, and then once I'm done with that, I'll start hooking up the logic. So first things first, this needs to be in here. Hey, Tony Chopper. So this is let's go bring in an annotation. And I think I might want to start doing this in annotation in game. just have a feeling that this would be better off as a prefab. I wonder if actually there'd be some way to press a button from here that creates the things that I need this thing to do. It's almost like this is like a checklist in the game to work against. Could be a cool idea. Almost like task tracking inside the engine. I would like that a lot. I'll leave that for now. I'll write it down as a thought. That's actually really cool. It's a cool idea. Do I have dynamic dialogue, or is it all streamlined? I don't know what that means. What's the difference between dynamic and streamlined? Currently, it's pretty linear. There's no like distinction between no, it's all set. It's like a set story. So I need to think about what I want to happen here. So there's a few different moments that need to happen. Yeah, this is too brief for what I need it to do. So it's this, and the considerations here are what happens when we enter the space for the first time, and then do we confront the heron? Do the I think before doesn't make much sense because Armin needs to have seen and experienced their current situation. When Armin enters the... So then, when are we introduced to the heron, and how does that tension rise and fall either side of the armor fight? Okay. So, okay, this is important. I have in chapter 2 this whole subplot about these deer people, and the deer people, they live essentially anywhere that looks like this. They live there, pretty much underneath here. So all that is their home, actually all the way over here. And you're talking about my age? You want to know how old I am, or how long you've been following? T. Slater? Or is it Tessa later? Hello? Okay, doesn't matter. So you need to, and there's like places where we witness them earlier. So my question is, like, in what capacity do they feature in the game? Do we fight them? Enemies? Do we... do we fight them as enemies? Are they more like a level hazard? Letting off traps? Do they flee from us? I think it's like... I think I can tell you how long you've been following. If I click on your name. T. Slater has been following since the 28th of March 2025. Cat Payne, you've been following since the 12th of May 2023. Yeah. What I don't have in the game right now is anything to force the player to, for example, I don't have like chase sequences. So the idea of these things like chasing you, it's not really, unless they do some sort of magic that like, you know, closes the level behind you or something like that, like shifts the earth in a way that makes it you game over if you don't do it. Otherwise, most of the confrontation in this game is either, you know, you attack things and they attack back until they die, or whatever. So I don't think I want these characters to be enemies that you fight, but I do want them to be able to make your life difficult. So yeah, I think it could be, and I've thought about this a lot, of like they are in the background of the levels and like they're back behind these bushes and they throw spears at you kind of thing. That could be something. It just feels a little bit also like, because your relationship with them changes throughout the chapter, do they then not do that once you get out of here? It's a little bit difficult. I wouldn't mind having some sort of incidental moment. It's just like what should happen in the game context, not just like how I would build it, but like what is it that what happens? You know, what should happen? I don't mind the idea of them like setting off traps. Like maybe at the start of the chapter, there actually is a bridge here and it gets like collapsed. I could do that. Where they literally sabotage the bridge or something. They like break it down or something. But then I think I would imagine them being more present in the town, you know, as some sort of a force or doing something, or, you know, the people of the town think that they're extinct. No one believes that they even exist anymore. So, no, they're dangerous. It's not mischief. It's they're warding off intruders. So they've been pressured to live underground. They live in this massive cave system created by the giant tree. So this is all a big tree up here that leans over the whole forest. And the roots of the tree go all the way underground and create this dungeon. This is all created from the root system. So I have an idea here where Armin drops in and he drops in on them doing some sort of ritual or worshipping or stumbling upon them, and then maybe they like attack while retreating. Maybe they flee from you, kind of thing. Like it's a one-off. If you stumble upon them, they'll do like one spear throw and disappear, kind of thing. So like you can't choose to attack them. You can't like fight them or kill them. You can just try not to take the damage in that little moment. And I like the idea of like them maybe it's even like there's like some sort of state machine where let's say there's like a father deer. And they see you coming. Maybe they go into like a very sort of like, you know, like prey animals, you know, they sort of like get alert. Maybe they even get down on all fours in sort of like a, this kind of thing. Maybe the little ones do. The children go on all fours and like try to run away. They like look at you. And then if you get within like a range of the children, the parents will throw spears at you. I could see something like that. Maybe they like charge at you just once. That could be interesting. And then like they rush you and then jump away into the brush and disappear. So you can't really parry the thing. You just have to like dodge roll away. Because the boss does that. Well, traps, the only thing about traps is I need to be careful about them conforming to the level geometry. So if I do like a trap, it ends up having to be something that lives in a specific spot that does a specific thing. Just because the fidelity of my world is too high, I couldn't just like put something somewhere. I mean, unless it was like a grassy trap or something like that, we could do something like that. But the issue there is that well, we could have like grass traps that look like sort of like shrubs or like matted grass on the ground, and if you step on it, you get like strung up, and then the scene fades out, and you fade back in like out here, like at the start of the chapter. It just like kicks you out. You get like booted back. Like leave this place kind of thing. I actually had an idea. This is probably worth it. Take this away and bring this part here. We could put Heron traps here. My only concern there is that we'd have to have them here as well. I suppose I could do that. But this should feel kind of like a forgotten place. I think there's a challenge here because, like, where are they going? If they're coming from here going this way, how do we end up here? Maybe there's sort of like I don't know. I guess it doesn't really matter. It could just be whatever I want it to be. See you, Snorlaxy. The bridge thing is kind of cool. Or it could be that the soldiers are crossing and the bridge collapses as the soldiers are crossing. We could make it a concerted, like an actual choice to drop down this space. To end up here or here. There's some interesting stuff here. In the story, Armin is, the only thing that's important is that Armin agrees to meet or be escorted by the town guard to this place. So what happens on the way there is kind of whatever. Doesn't have to be anything. I like the idea of them trying to escort him and then they'll get caught up in the forest by traps or this or that. Like they literally can't, they just can't do it because they're not competent enough, or that the world is, this part of the region is too inhospitable. It's like fighting against them. They're not able to pass through it. That I kind of like. It's a cooler energy. Thank you so much, Benjamin Gaza. There we go. I'm like trying to read it. Thank you so much. Thanks, Ben. So yeah, there's something there for sure. I struggle with this, the wind thing. It almost feels like it should be over here. I've got this here as well. I mean, what's that doing there? I suppose we could do wall writing across here. We could put this back over there, flip it around. My mic is super low? Is it really? It looks kind of low, doesn't it? That's interesting. I didn't change anything about it. Interesting. Yeah, it might just be that I wasn't facing it correctly, but it also looks low. No, it definitely is low. Let me have a look. Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello. That's so low. What the hell? Dude, when did the game get dropped to 14? This is kind of what we normally have, right? This is like typical for the stream. I feel like 20 is closer. But it's not too granular, right? It sounds right. Okay. And you want echo like that, right? That's what you want to hear. All right. All right. I guess I'll just save this and pray that it's not bad for the rest of the stream. That looks normal to me though. What I'm looking at, it's like I'm not peaking it. It's not at max. It's in the yellow region, which is what I typically want when I'm just talking. So hopefully that's good. All right. So I like this idea of maybe all three parties show up here at the same time. The Heron, the Hunden, and the human. Can you speculate on the origin of the Heron name? It's pretty on the nose. If you speak languages, it just is the word deer in a different language. I was reminded of this. I remember I did this on stream. I named them on stream in like 2018, 2019. And then it wasn't until last year I was working with with someone on the trailer design, and they were like, "Oh, this means that in my language," and I'm like, "Did I do that on purpose? I think I did. I must have." Let me know if you want the answer. But there's a language where, I mean, you could just Google it. There's a language where Hiran means deer. I'm pretty sure it's Urdu. Hiran. There you go. And it works because human Handan Hiran. It's just the way that it is. It follows the pattern really well. I didn't want to call them Deeran. Okay. So, that's annoying. I still really like this idea. Maybe even having like a bounce snake or two up in here. Yeah, we have the same problem here with kangaroos. They'll totally ruin the car if you hit one. Yeah, this is super boring, this part. I mean, there's just not much to do here. I realized maybe like a year or two after working on Trauma that it would work for Insignia. Trauma was like 2022. more 2020. What? 2021? Why is there no date on these projects? Oh, there we go. October 2021. Kangaroo mince. You could definitely eat kangaroo meat. What do you mean? Here you go. You could do kangaroo steak too. It's just like any other animal. Yeah, we do kangaroo. You can even eat crocodile. I think kangaroo though is like, it's very lean. There's not a lot of fat on it, so it's not very tasty. So yeah, I mean, all of this chapter is pre-Ensigns, which is why it's a lot of these puzzles are just not very interesting, because they are like all of the vine swinging stuff. Basically, the game before the Ensign system, which was anything pre-2023, all of the challenge in the game needed to come from enemy designs being just like hard, or interactive level elements that I introduced that would be unique, that would add flavor. But you wouldn't take them with you. You wouldn't learn anything from them. They would just be there. So in that sense, it was like almost just like a platformer, like Celeste or something, where you don't power up, you just interact with new things throughout the game. I think that, I mean, as a direction, that would have been okay, but I'd already committed to the idea of learning powers that change the world, or that change how you interact with the world, which is where this came from. So there was going to be 4 like spells, basically, that you interact with the world using. The problem was 4 is just not enough. It's not enough to create any kind of intellectual puzzle. It's just like an action button at that point. You just got to know which action button you're supposed to be using for this chapter, or something like that. And maybe there was a way I could have worked it out, but the way that I figured it was by gating the abilities against the enemies, so that you had to fight the enemies to get the abilities. That just made way more sense. So there still is like 4 buttons, but what the button does depends on what the enemy is. And then the directionality of those, to classify them as like, this goes up, this goes right, this goes back. That was almost like an independent exercise to trauma. And then I realized, oh, this is really similar to what I already did. So to the extent that, you know, that game works, it's almost like when you write poetry, like you have to be more symbolic and simpler, and you sort of you concentrate all the ideas down into one compact thing. And even in a game like Insignia, the things that work or don't work are the same. It's the same problem space. It's just like way more elaborated. So solving those same problems in a jam made it clear what the problem space was and how to solve within that problem space very simply. And yes, there's a lot more diversity inside of Insignia that explores different aspects of that space, but the fundamental thing of like green go up, yellow go down, that's trauma. That's from that game. So, I mean, a lot of this stuff is not super little shit. A lot of this is not super useful level design anymore. mean, that you're supposed to be able to move on. But I could probably adapt some of these ideas. Maybe like if I made that wall climb, if that was a dandelion here, then doing this, jumping on that, and then riding up the wall, that could be a thing. I think what I need in this dungeon, for it to be a dungeon that's interesting, hey Ronnie, is at the very least, make this a tiny Metroidvania. Like, I don't yet have a central problem or a central anything. There's no like unifying idea that ties it all together. So I think today maybe we could do some design, and that will help frame the story and the rest of it. So just thinking in principles here. I have like a central chamber, and the idea is something like this. There will be things you have to do to, I'm thinking like, there's the boss arena. We need to get here. And there'll be some sort of like thing you have to reach that requires you to essentially like use different ensigns to solve puzzles in different rooms so that you can satisfy the condition that lets you go forward and out. So it would be something like, I don't know what it is yet. I think it might be something like, I have this idea of the acid, like the acid lake that keeps threatening this place. So the idea of like relieving pressure, pushing the water level down to stop the place from overflowing with the acid is kind of a cool idea. So you like come in from the sanctum, you make your way across, you come up here, and then you're in the middle chamber, central chamber. Then you have to like go to the different rooms, lowering the acid or doing something. You have to do something. And maybe there's like an order that you can do these in based on the how the space transforms. So like maybe you can only go to this one first, and then that does something that changes the space to make this one the second one you can go to, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5. So it should feel like a mechanic puzzle, like a mechanical, like there's a thing that I'm like not a lever, but like something in that space. I'm doing something physical to help put this place into a state that's different and better than what it was, or at least lets me get through it. Hey, Benjamin. What made me choose a room-based world? Honestly, the big answer to that question, it's fascinating. I can give you a very quick version of it. So I learned very early on that as I was working on the designs for specific levels, I noticed that where is the one? There's one specific little graph that like totally explains it. Yeah, okay. So like here, this used to be one big level, right? This level has like, it's like you come up here, you fight this guy, you do some stuff over here, you walk over here, there's a cutscene, the cutscene brings you down here, you can talk to this NPC, go over here, you can climb down here, there's a little fight sort of arena, you could do some stuff, there's a chest over here you can reach if you have a special ability, you can come down here, new character introduced, new cutscene that starts off a mini game that you can use to run around here. It's like a big sandbox. These two doors connect to another room, so there's like a through line that's like a separate behind the scene area. Bees with the honey, with the hive, and it's like a big, not a sandbox, but like an ant farm of content. And this was a nightmare because in the scene hierarchy, I had a whole bunch of stuff relating to different things that were completely separate from each other that just weren't compatible. Like, and what it created was a bunch of these like corridors that I had to it necessitated a bunch of corridors to siphon, to like section out the content. And what you want when you're working on a game like this is modularity. Like, what if I want this character to show up somewhere else in the game because it just makes more sense based on something, you know, some decision I make? Well, if he's stuck here, now all of this design from here all the way to here is like dependent on this enemy or this character. So like, even the idea that like you approach this stuff from the top left and you leave on the bottom right, like if I wanted to swap these two, it would be a different thing. So it just made like way more sense to say, okay, what if I just took this and this and this and this and this and made them their own levels? Just split them out entirely. So like, that's a level, that's a level, that's a level. Now I can swap them and it doesn't do anything to break them. And that's what happened. That's literally what I did. So like, this is now its own level. And I never have to worry about the content that's beneath it or above it or to the left or to the right, because there's a door there and the scene is a completely separate scene. All of the old Zeldas work that way. It also helps with like loading resources, keeps the assets low that are in memory. So maybe this is about rescuing the Heron, helping them evacuate. And maybe in order to help them evacuate, you have to destroy the place, essentially. You have to like open up some valves and let some go. It's like imagine there's like a waterfall of the acid. And there's like a little person stuck behind it. And so in order to get to them, you have to plug this hole here so that, you know, this becomes like that. But then that makes the acid all pool up in this area. So you can save them, but now the place is becoming more full of acid. Could be interesting. And I like the idea of this being something like a slide puzzle. So like there's like, you know, a basin, water / acid is like flowing this way. And you drop a piece of level geometry onto it. And it starts filling up here. But then now this clears up and then you can jump, you know, up here. So what you'd be affecting is the level geometry, not the water. Hey, Neat Games. Well, it's fairly recent, the acid. It's only in the last 150 years. It was something that they were managing. I can explain it, but yeah, maybe some sort of in-world design would help explain it better. So maybe there are like groups of infants that you save, but as you do this, the overall level is going up. And it has to go up to solve the puzzles. So now the question is, okay, what do we have to do? What are the things that you would have to do? Maybe it's like they've been trapped as the river's been going up. So like there are parts of the levels, which is kind of like what I've already got. Like this one here. It's like this, maybe the kids could go through here before, but now they can't. They can't come back, so you have to save them. Ooh, am I smelling? Have we got another Gunther section? They sit on your back. The getting back is an interesting one, because it starts to become, maybe once you get to where they are, it's like, first of all, I have to understand why they're out of the way. And then if you have to return, if this is a Zelda dungeon, then in Zelda Twilight Princess, there's like a thing where you chase around a bunch of monkeys, and then the monkeys create a bridge, and the bridge lets you get to the other side of the dungeon. So like the more monkeys you save, the closer you get to being able to cross the bridge, because they like create like a swing for you by like daisy chaining. So there's something like that we could be doing here. In fact, there's poison mist in that game too. Oh jeez. But they use lamps to ward off the mist. It's not a lake, it's not acid. So, okay, maybe we do something like that, where they like lock antlers. No, I wouldn't do that. But I would make the place be changing and crumbling as we go. And I think the way I want to do it is isolated segments where they're just rooms. They're just rooms. They don't relate to each other at all. They're not that deep. One sec. No, okay. I love remove background. What an amazing job that just did. Okay. So, groups of infants. So the idea is we have a central chamber. Ifu. I think 4 is plenty. And then hello, hello. It's quite complicated. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we will think a little bit more about this and about the green ability. Oh boy. I also have like a concern as I think about all this stuff, where I mean it's a constant thing that I have to balance, but like, when is this too much? Like, am I doing too much in this chapter? I don't think so. I mean, it's the story that I'm telling, but are there like easier ways to tell this story? I guess is the other side of it. Like, by the time you get to here, for me, 4 more rooms seems fine. Maybe it should be 3, but like, I've got so many ideas. I just hope it doesn't feel like chores. I don't know. I can't think like that. That's not a useful way to think. All right. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I'm adding them because I wrote them into the story this way. Like, it's just what the game is, but you know, it doesn't have to be anything. And the rooms that I would be designing are not these rooms. They would be different ones, but these ones aren't even anything anyway. They're just whatever. Alrighty, so I think I just have to be like very, what's the word? One thing that I maybe struggle with is I reflect constantly it's going well, Ryan. I reflect constantly on 2 games, and I don't want to spend too long talking about this, but Chasm is one of them. This is kind of like a thing that I feel, and when I look at the combat in it, I suppose there's this kind of fear that this is not good enough. Like, that's not a level in Insignia. I would never just have 3 jumps and that's a whole room. And the enemies too are like these very, very simple enemies. And there's this fear that I have, this thing that I guess it shouldn't be fear-based, but I have this fear that, like, if I just have a room that looks like this, and here's your character, your player character, and here's an enemy, that doesn't feel like anything. But if you are in a room that's like that, and the enemy is like, let's just say a giant drill machine that's boring through the level, and like there are times where you have to like duck under and then come back up or something like that, like, then that justifies this existing, because it's like the room is designed around the enemy is designed around the room, and there's no, like, it feels like it was built for each other. And I think Hollow Knight does this quite well. Hollow Knight has like levels that essentially are enemy, that like the enemy is designed for a space. And so when you walk into a level, you're not just in another room that's like the last room that happens to have this enemy in it and not that enemy. You're in a room where this enemy gameplay inhabits, you know, like it's like one is built for the other. And I sometimes fear that I, for whatever reason, am not achieving that, but it might just be a set dressing thing. It's probably not something that I can add. I can't add bigger enemies. The enemies are the size the enemies are. Yeah. Well, it really depends on how the game is supposed to feel. If the enemy is more of an exploration game and if the game is an exploration game and the enemies just happen to be there, that's fine. But like this game, the enemies are supposed to be crucial for exploration, and that's not. I don't know. I've always struggled with level design in this. Just having the confidence to know that my designs are good. But anyway. So, this ability that I'm toying with, there's a couple of things that I need to think about a little bit with it. So right now, it's a targeted ability, and what that means is it's like one of the only times in the game where I have targeting. So you press the target button and it just auto targets a thing. And then it cycles between entities that are targetable. I think that's whatever. But I wonder if instead targeting should be like right now. There's nothing in the game that utilizes targeting except for parrying. Parrying will always go in the direction of your target, and this ability, which targets enemies specifically. However, what I could do is replace the targeting so that it always just goes back to where it goes back to the sender, or and then make it so that these abilities there's like a reticle appears on screen that you then target the thing you want to use the ability on. That's the other way to do it. So my feeling is that though targeting works right now, it currently look, if there's only one entity in the level right now, it's fine. But it's not really like a skill thing, is it? You know, I can't just choose. I don't know. It's kind of random as well. Like, not random, but it's not obvious what you're going to target when you press the button. Or where your target is. You can see once the target leaves the screen, it changes the target to something else. I think it's just like not a very obvious action right now. So to the extent which this part of the game uses targeting, yeah, I'm not sure if it's currently doing the job it's supposed to do. Yeah, the water takes your health down if you fall in. So maybe I'm thinking like a version where you Maybe he holds the sword forward like this. And then like there's like a green ching that looks like this. And then wherever you release it, there might be other options on screen, like enemies might glow green, like level objects might glow green, and then you use the analog stick to select one. And then it interacts. So you can then start down here, press the button, and then get whooshing away. The other option is like it doesn't work remotely. It's kind of more like the it touches the first thing it can. So you just use it and it pulses out. I don't mind that, actually. That's kind of interesting. Just like the first thing that it can do, it always does. It does create, I guess, some issues, but like if I stood here, I mean, I would just use it and it would shift this. The targeting works, and that's the other thing. I know that it works. There's something interesting about like where do I stand though as well. I think the thing that I don't like about the targeting system right now is that it creates this thing of like oh, thank you. Still very work in progress. It creates this thing of like, you don't play the game while you're doing the targeting. You're kind of stuck and you're fiddling with something it's very like, the rules are very hidden to you, which I don't like. Like it's logical. I can explain how it works, but it's not like I'm pressing left and it goes right. That happens because there's nothing else left to target, so that it targets the next thing on the screen. So, you know, if I'm in like combat in this kind of environment, you know, targeting, it's like I can target you, I can target you. There's 3 things I can target and it cycles through them. I don't think anybody gets that right now. I don't think anybody understands how targeting works or like likes that part of it. Even here, there's only one thing to target. So like, what do I get out of doing it? So I think maybe it's time to take targeting away. The alternate option here would be the idea that targeting is something that you can use to interact with things, like the same way that you press the interaction button to like open a chest. Maybe you could target something else further away and interact with that. But again, that ruins the platforming aspect of the game. The idea of you need to be standing here to interact with this is pretty clear in the game. The only thing there is like, I have ideas about like, say, zipping towards enemies. So like an ability that lets you like go straight at this enemy and end up on the other side. Again, maybe the nearest enemy thing would be the way to do it. Like, it would still work here, right, if that was the case. You'd still be able to zip towards that enemy, because it'd be the only enemy here. I think I have to consider one other thing to confirm that. So the next consideration would be, is there anything in the game where I would want to specifically like target an enemy far away? Is that something that I ever want to do? Like, could I do some ability where I go specifically, that enemy over here is the one I need to attack first, or like deal with first, and then is there a meaningful way to engage with that enemy in combat from far away? Because I've got these enemy type diagrams. So if we look at this, you know, the idea of there's an enemy over there that's ranged, there's this guy here. In Dark Souls, you don't really fight a ranged enemy with a ranged weapon like that. You would run up to him, attack him, and then deal with the guys down below. Or yeah, you would like, in a game, you might like swing at a chandelier rope to drop the rope on somebody else. I think that's more the way that it should be. Yeah. So, okay, I think I'm agreeing to this. No more targeting. I just took it out of the game. The only thing that it does now that you can't use it for really if you do it this way is the parrying the apples out of the tree. You can no longer do if I take away the targeting. Like parrying at specific enemies. Doing that. But it's not really on your terms and it's not really fun. So I'm okay with taking it away. Quite a rabbit hole. Yeah, it's fine. It's this mostly just, if we just zoom all the way back out again, it just talks, this has just got to do with this idea of, there are puzzles currently that depend on targeting, and do I want those puzzles? How will those puzzles work in in the game currently. Like if I defeat this guy, then yes, doing an ability where the targeting is based on proximity to Armin, in this case will work. So what it will do is it will like, Armin will do some effect, right? He'll do some ability, and then you'll get this happen. Outwards until this ring touches something that's targetable. Da-da-da-dang. So it will keep going out, 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 and then the first thing it touches, it will do the ability on. That will pull this down. So it's kind of just like it's in Animal Well. There's a remote control button. It's that. It just blasts outwards until it hits something that can respond to the remote control. So maybe we'll just debug try it right now. I think trying to solve this beyond this is probably not worth it. So where are we? Well, the difference is like, it's either the solution to the puzzles is like, what I think I don't like is the idea that you have to solve a puzzle in a way that doesn't involve moving Armin to the thing. Like the game is, you're controlling Armin. So if you have to solve a puzzle by stopping and looking at the screen, and then the solution involves you targeting something with Armin, I don't think that that's particularly, I don't think there's much there. Unless Armin shoots a projectile. That's the other way to do this. So you could make it that you have like a cone and you point it in a direction. That's kind of interesting. The question is just about aiming at that point. Like, how do you aim it? Right now, I don't require you to do anything like that. So it would be like, and then, yeah, this is the problem. There's no like, if I do an ability in Insignia, pressing the button for the ability, that's the point where the ability gets activated. Like hold left trigger, press the button, ability is done. That broadcast works if I just go cling, ling, 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 and it spreads out. But if it's directed, then it's like press left bumper, activate the ability, and then I have to specifically like angle it somehow, which then if the angling happens before I press the green button, then I have to provide some sort of global angling system. And if it happens after I press the button, then I'm breaking my heuristic, right? You no longer get the ability when you press the button. You have to press the button and then do something and then press another button or release the button. So again, could do it, and then you move, and then when you release, he, let's go. but that reintroduces a reticle. It's just a different kind of reticle. So it ends up being more like, again, there's a green sort of circle on the screen that you are maneuvering around in order to Hey, as now Goose. Okay, very, very quick re-explanation for you. So right now, I have a targeting system in the game that's global. It's just everywhere in the game, but it's not very useful. You have your player character, and there's this, essentially an arrow that if I press LB, hold it, and then press the arrows or the analog stick, left and right, it cycles this V to the next thing on the screen that it can do that to. So if there's like an enemy here, an enemy there, it'll go boing, 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 and then cycle back as you press right, or it'll go boing, left, 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 left. So that's how it currently works. It's not used very much in the game, and I think it's probably more trouble than it's worth right now. It doesn't act always very intuitively, and usually when I want it to work, there's only one thing on screen you would do it with anyway. So you kind of end up pressing LB and then hoping that that just targets the thing. There's also the problem of untargeting, which I don't like. In a 3D game, you can just walk away from the thing or press the button again. What's the interaction for? In this case, it's to, well, globally, it's for parrying. So if an item gets thrown at you, your target becomes the target of the parry. So when you parry it, it knocks the projectile back at whoever you're targeting. That's the first thing, globally. But in this case, we're trying to use it to engage with interactive level elements. So in this case, I can press this button, there's the target. I can press my magic ability here, and it grows the vine. So that's only because I'm targeting that thing. If I target this, it'll shoot that upwards. So yeah, I agree, Pixel Fireplace. I mean, the idea here is that for every 4 abilities in the game, so there are 4 green abilities, but one of them affects enemies. There are 4 red abilities, but one of them affects enemies, not Armin. All the other, like 12 out of 16 affect Armin, and 4 out of 16 affect enemies, 1 from each element. So this one, it throws enemies upwards or pulls them down. Right now, I haven't really hashed that out too much just yet. It could be that this vine has like a physical, like a boulder or something like that. Right now, it's like it makes enemies. It throws enemies up in the air, and it makes level objects that are alive grow. That's what it does. How many times do you have multiple targets on the screen? Not that often. Yeah. So right now the proposals are either you get something that does this, where you have like a green pulse that goes out until it hits something targetable, and then just does the ability on that. So you just have to go near the thing you want to target and then use the ability. And that would work in all of these instances, because it would mean this gets targeted when you're standing here. And then if I'm standing here, it would do this because I'm standing on it. See, like right now it's targeting that guy, but it should target this. Pressing it again is... It's not out of the question. It's not out of the question. The idea of like you press it once to send it out, press it again to activate it. And that could work for enemies too. Multiple enemies in the level. So it's like, press it now. If you wait longer, it'll go to here and you can press it then. Yeah. It does involve a second button press. But I do like it. We could even slow down time while it's happening. Yeah, I quite like it. I like that a lot. We could prototype it. This is some text. That's right. The other thing here is that this doesn't necessarily help with the parrying thing. The parrying thing just is what it is. I guess it would just mean that the arrows right now, it's like they go in the direction that you angle the attack button when you swing. Or if you press backwards, they always go to their enemy. So that's fine. All right. Okay, let's go. All right. Let's calm down. So Armin has this ability called Target Pulse. Right now, I just want it. Hey, Sponge. I guess I don't need it to be an ensign ability. I just need a way to trigger it. When you press a button twice, and I can do that on the keyboard. I don't need it to be part of the controller. So let's go here and let's just start writing. Oh. Thanks for the sub, Sponge. Hello. There we go. Okay, so this script is used to send out a pulse that when button is pressed targets the nearest enemy to the pulse ring. So we'd have a public float called pulse radius. This would be like max. just radius. We have... Right now, it's something that needs to be alive. To be a target. Do I need the target list at first? Probably not. I think it's more like by the time as the ring is moving, I guess you would just have all the targets in the level. So you could just go like okay, we use an array in this case. And then I know I have this somewhere. Hey, thank you so much for the 100 Caribbean Dominoes. That's a cool idea, Pixel Fireplace, but I would want to be able to do this in the air as well. I think what I want is maybe like a list. It would be a sorted list. guess you don't need to do that. You could just say, distance to pulse is the distance to Armin minus the radius. That's fair. Okay. Whoa, target menu to on-screen targets. That's already a thing. It's being maintained by this. But I don't think I want to use this script much longer. That's annoying. I don't have buffers for every button. So I'm going to have to replace this for each with a specific buffered input. But that's okay. I can figure that out. In which case I don't need this. All right, let's put something else targetable on here. It worked. Armin. This is collapsed. That's why. Snake. Okay. I mean, that actually works remarkably well. It wouldn't be great if there was like an enemy here. We could split it by the direction you're looking in. No, but I like this better. So now let's do something a bit more fun with this. I don't know how to make these the right size. Like maybe it's that? I don't know. Anyway. So as this thing's moving, I guess it's not this. How do I even render this thing? I guess I have to specifically, I guess I could create the mesh myself. I could create like a ribbon. The ribbon isn't going to sort them by distance. So what is it? Why does the size grow over time? Or it doesn't grow over time, or does it? I can't tell. Ah, there we go. So I'm thinking about like my ensign. When an ensign exits from one thing and goes into another, there's like a colorful rainbow thing, and I want that as a circle. So it looks like this. I want that as a ring. And now how do I get it? Yo, thanks for the sub, Level Morph. Welcome. You know, we could do this. The only problem is that the lifetime needs to be incredibly short. But even as we do that, if I then increase the radius... Oh, that actually works out just fine. So actually, because the space is local, if I make the lifetime like 1 second, or like, 5 seconds, looks like I can just increase the radius and it just goes. Oh, that's really good. Have I tried Godot? I have. Hey, Plugin Craft, welcome. Hey, Ahmet, welcome. I make a side-scrolling pixel art game, an action adventure. Sometimes also fighting games and other things like that. So now the next question is, if I wanted to do trails in ribbon mode, yeah, that's gonna hurt. Has to be, it can't be trails unless it's one particle that's going around. Yeah, we already tested it. Pixel Fireplace, it already works. It's functional right now. There's not much I'm doing with it, but it's functional. Okay, so if I make this really, really big, we're almost getting away with it. Am I excited for GTA 6? Sort of. It's really raining right now. The other way I could do it is I could mask. Oh, no. This is easy. Oh, dude. I know exactly what I have to do. We don't need this. Bring this back. And just shade it. Cakes got sued? Why? How? DMCA claim? He stole a goblin? How? This? DMCA takedown because I had taken an image from Google and used it in my game without permission. This was totally my fault. Which game? Which asset? What did he take from Google? That's crazy. That's just to remove an asset. That's not a big deal. Pretty cool. That's fine. It happens. Not to me, because I make all my assets, but it happens to developers. Okay, so I would literally just do shaders, and then I would do create folder. This is called pulse target pulse shader. And then I create a new shader graph. Sprite unlit shader graph. I don't think he would lose all of his earnings because of a sprite. I think they just take it down. It just removes it from the game and it's fine. So actually, hang on. I need to think about this outside of the context of... I might need like a specific render pass for this. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but it's annoying. Yeah. So what you do is you take a texture 2D, you sample the texture, and then you stroke, or you don't even do that, you just do this. UV, pass that in. If this is if this was Armin, you literally just remove everything except you just do that. Give it a color that you want. Or you can make it white. And and then you can shade that. So you multiply by whatever you want. Hey, Eco. Thanks for the sub. So we could do like, you know, simple noise with a UV that gets added to time. Add or vector 2 as the x-axis. Like that. Scale this down to like that. Multiply, or you pass into a gradient. Sample gradient. Put your gradient here. This looks like, say, this one. Sample the gradient. Lovely, lovely. Multiply A by B. You got a funny thing. There you go. Done. Finished. That's a plugin. Why is this? Do I have to clamp this? Oh, shit. That's why. That makes no sense. There we go. Beautiful. That's what I want. Sweet. We don't probably have to remap that. But it was nice to do that. It kind of worked, didn't it? So now we have this colorful ring, which if this was a circle, that gives us this. Which doesn't look like much now, but I promise it'll look like more later. The other thing we could do is like a fuzzier outline, which we then warp with noise. So you take something that looks like a particle, like this. You take this and you offset the UV. So you first sample that, like that. Then you do another one, but this one is offset on the y-axis by something, or the x-axis by something. Then you add them together. So you can do that. And then you could do some sort of threshold where you only accept values. How would I do it? You would, well, first you would subtract. So this subtract this, right? You get that. And you can see the more we separate it, the more it works. So you could do this like a few times. But we go back the other way, and you could add this, subtract that, and then that goes there, and then you add this to that, and then you shift this the other way. I'm thinking about this wrong, I think. Yeah, there's a stream schedule. You can check it if you click my profile picture. It'll show up. There's an option in the stream for schedule. Hang on a second. So you take this, you sub that. That gives you that. You might actually want to use the absolute value of this. Oh, that's cool. And then you add these two things. And then you step that, you smooth step that. And then you can do something like this. But I would want to subtract this from. So hang on a second. Let's bring all this over, all the way out here. Okay, I've done the difference and made the absolute values. I've added that, and now I want to subtract the original one from all of it. How do I get something white when I do that? Maybe it's this. Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm thinking of. That's what I'm expecting. What's that, CBS? What's that thing in America? What's that logo of yours you've got that looks exactly like that? Not for every frame. I mean, yeah, like for every game frame, but you don't have to recalculate. Like, it's a shader. It's very good. Shaders don't care. So you could do something like that, and then you do it on the X and the Y axis too. So you've got, there's your starting, this is X, this is Y, Y, and then X, X, where this is down here, this is down here, this becomes that, this becomes that. You plug this one into there, you plug this one into there. You do the same thing that we did here, but this time it's this one that we're subtracting from, and then the same thing over here, except it's this one that we're subtracting from, and then you do the absolute value of that, adds to the absolute value of this, and then you subtract that, and then you add this to this, and then you smooth step that. So then you could do something like this. This could be the radius. This could be -1 going into, and then we need to go float, multiply -1, and then vector for vector, I guess it's just vector 2. And then this is on the y-axis, so it's that. And then this without the multiply. Going into that, and then it's the same 2, but now they're going on the other axis. So in a second, this is supposed to go there, not there. So y minus 1. And then x minus 1. And then that is what gets passed into this, that, and that. So then you take this value and then you can scale it up to change the radius. And then you can multiply that by this to get this and that. Something like that. So you would use a different particle, I guess. Maybe something like this one, texture 2D. Why does putting the same texture 2D into 4 different... Oh, it didn't do it. All the way over here. It's kind of cool, no? Maybe the step is a little too... There's another way to do this. There's another way to do this, which is... if we want to just make a circle that's got a thin circle inside of it, I don't like this effect. I'm just going to delete it. We could just do like ellipse. Hey, thanks for the sub. Oh, this is so much easier. And then subtract a smaller ellipse from it. So we could also do that too, you know. We could also do that too. Yes. If we, you know, like you don't have to want to do that, but like if you did really want to do that, you could do that. The other way was kind of cooler if, you know, because it took longer, but that way is a lot easier. And then you get this this cool thing. I don't think I want to remap this anymore. I like it being green. And I think the sample gradient, is there like a smooth sample? No. I think I just want this to be maybe just a little noisier. Maybe I would shift the gradient to be a bit more drastic. More evenly distributed. If the effects look pink, what would be the easiest way to solve that in Unity? That makes it sound like you are missing a texture. Your material or your shader is broken. Is it getting the highest threshold color? It is, at least it should be. Though I'm not sure why it's not. It isn't, right? Why is that the case? Why does sampling the gradient not give me the actual... It doesn't give me any zeros or ones. We could remap again. So -1 and 1 goes -1.5 and 2 or 1.5. That's going to blast it a little higher. in that case, I think we can push this a bit further out. That's better. And then rather than go left, what I want to do is have it scale like out. The problem with out is that you need to, oh, I have a cool idea. So what you do is, oh man, this is nuts if this works. Okay. You need to have your UV here. Okay. And what you're trying to do is scale, but you need to scale from the middle. So you need to subtract from the UV something first. So, or like, I think it's 0.5 maybe in every dimension. Okay, so we're doing this, right? But every time we do this, we're going to lose resolution, right? So what we need to do is modulo this scale so that it wraps around as we go up. So like time, for example, between 0 and 1, right? But actually it's going to be mod like 10. And then let's multiply this by like a lot. Like 10. Okay. So that's zooming out. Instead we want to subtract 1 or just subtract from 0. No, we want to flip this after the case. So take this, modulo 10, and then subtract B. This is 0. That's going in there. So now we're zooming... What? How is that the same if you subtract it from 0? Shouldn't that go the other way? No, I guess the core number has to be going down. What the heck? So it's like some number, 10, subtract this going into that, pass that in here. Okay, so now we have this loop, this zoom loop, okay? And so every 10 seconds, that's gonna do that. But we don't want that to look like that because it snaps. So what we could do is take this, offset it by half of this number, this, plus half of that goes in here. And this is not that, it's that. Actually, I don't think that's true. Okay, so now time plus half of 10 I'm not sure that's right. No, it is that. I was right. Okay, that goes there. Still not right though. What the heck? Time plus, like literally 5 in this case. No, it's wrong. It's the multiply by 10, I think. But it's... Okay, maybe we do the addition afterwards. There we go. Cool. So now it's offset by half. So now when we add these two together, it's still no good, right? I was hoping to get, like, do you know what I'm trying to do here? I'm trying to do this thing in music called, it's like an octave loop. So you have a number where this goes to there, and then you have another octave where this goes to there, and you just loop that. So it sounds like do 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 do, and then when that goes to do, this goes do 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 do. So it's just like this looping. It sounds like we're going up forever, even though we never go anywhere. That's what I'm trying to do here. Let me show you what that sounds like. It's not the Doppler effect. It is this. It's the shepherd's effect. Shepherd tone. Sounds like we went up from the last time. Listen. Da-da, 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 da-da. The thing that we're not doing, which I think we need to do to make this effect work, is we aren't phasing out the thing at the end. So you need to crossfade them. So the volume of, let's say it's like this, as this goes up, it gets thinner. And as this goes to here, it gets fatter, it gets louder. So that when it loops, it always loops back to that. So we need to essentially crossfade between this and this every half a second. This is so complicated. It's a lerp. That's all it is. It's a lerp. We lerp between this and this. We lerp. It's like, what do you do here? How do you do this? You... I can't. Right now, I can't do it. My brain's we're too mentally burnt out for this. And it's not important. I just had fun doing it. It was fun, but it doesn't need to happen. Instead, why don't we just translate upwards? I feel like that's got less of a bias to it than X. Or downwards, whatever. No big deal. And also, like, if the sign is like granular enough, you won't even really be able to tell what's happening. I think you make sign more granular and you slow down time. So it's more like a slower breathe, but a higher density. That's cool. This looks so cool. It's like terrain generation. All right. Well, I know how I would shade it now. I wonder if I can actually do this without. Hang on a second. Would I be up for a game review? Yeah, that's okay. We can do that. So if we go back, it's this that we're not using anymore, and it's none of this. And the size of this, I mean, right now it's just, it should just be whatever. But I should be able to do some sort of like float here to determine the size. So that's like vector 2. It goes on both, and that goes... That doesn't make any sense. This goes here and goes here, and then I have a thing called thickness. So size, thickness, it's this subtract this, and that goes here and here. So this could be like 1. This could be like 0.3, and then we get that. Save that, drop out. Still don't see it though, which is kind of annoying. Might be because Sprite Renderer is trying to do some funky stuff where it is multiplying the output by the original. But even so, I'm expecting to see something here. I mean, there is output here that's pretty clear. It's not a... Oh, unless the parameters here aren't correct. Okay. Material. Drop this on that. Drop that on that. Go to here. Check this out. Oh, I see. So we need the UV to be passed into here. Maybe. Very interesting. I guess we could do like position. I don't know if we should be plugging in the world space position, but maybe. Maybe subtracting from the original UV. Very strange. What am I getting wrong here, pals? Oh, there's object space here. I don't know if that affects anything. What do you think, chat? What am I doing wrong here? If I move this, it doesn't change anything. If I move this, let's say we shrink this down, and then I move this over, the position in world coordinates of this if I put this at 0, 0. Ah, so it's being drawn in world space diagonally up at 0, 0. So we need to subtract the object position from that. Or add. And that did nothing. Does this really not do anything? Should it be done? I've never done anything like that at the vertex. I don't use vertexes. I only do fragment. Oh, hang on a second. If we just take the object position, then what do we get? That sucks. Hooray! Yo, thanks for the follow. Yay! And then transform scale goes in here. Yo, thanks for the sub as well. Okay, so now we do transform. I don't think that's what I want. Oh, it's bounce size, I think. Okay, divide. Am I doing something wrong? Like fundamentally wrong? Is there something like way more obvious here? The stuff you guys are talking about over here. Let me just try something. This doesn't seem to do anything. That's just the object space. It defaults to object space position. I think that's fine. I think that's correct. I think this is right. And I think we just need a way. I just want to scale this and have this scale with it. That's all. Not the Dropbox on the position mode, making that object. This, and just dropping that in instead of all this. No. So if I change the size, it's perfect. So actually I could just increase this and then increase this. I could just do that. And then I personally would love to quantize this so that it was pixelated. And I don't know how easy that would be to do. It might be. Might be as easy as that. But then, yeah, you do get these weird moments. Where it's not, you need to sort of like cast the whole thing. Because it's still inside of this, it's still gradienting. Even that is not great. So how do you cast, how do you really quantize the position? Multiply floor divide should do it, right? Hey, Lathe. but it doesn't seem to do that. Why is that? But that's just going to floor the whole output. I want to floor every division. That's what this should be doing. Right? Look at how, I don't really get it. Instead of floor, you round. Isn't that the same thing? Same thing. Like that's absolute. That's absolute. That's all just full red, full green, full yellow. So why does this go so, why does it band like this? Am I confused? Is it not banding and it's a visual trick of the eye? I can't tell. Oh my God, it might actually be literally my eyeball. Holy shit, chat. It's our eyes. It's our eyeballs. It literally is bounded. It's the same color. Look down here. It's the same color everywhere. How can mirrors be real if our eyes aren't real? How can shaders be real? That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. But then But then how come when I pass this in, notice this like weird hitching that you get? See here how it's like there are parts where the number that you get in or out is not right. It looks like we're getting the edges. Is that just maybe, is it like rounding errors? Because that sucks. That looks like garbage. I hate it. Quantize it at the end. But it needs to be quantized at the beginning because that's where the UV gets processed. If you quantize it, like what are you're quantizing what? Is it this that needs to be quantized after the subtraction maybe? We could do that. Hang on a second. I think you might be right. I don't think that's any better. No. I have solved this before and I don't know why or how. Because it might be the way that the ellipse works. Like this just might be a flawed way of generating a circle. I have another way of generating a circle that I created just with my brain. And it uses Pythagoras theorem. You like normalize a vector and that creates a circle. If the mask was working, can't you just molt the color after? What? No, the mask, it's not about this. It's about the edges. I want the edges to feel like they're pixelated. That's all. I just don't want it to look so smooth in the game. That's all I'm trying to do. There is a thing I can do to make that work anyway. Like I can draw this on a layer that pixelates everything. So I can go render to FX layer, and the layer is let's call it foreground FX. And then this goes on do not render. And then we try that. So that then, I mean, it does quantize it, but it quantizes it in a way that's really smooth. We'll solve this another time. I think it's so easy to get stuck in this kind of issue and never just not really think about what you're trying to solve. So I'm just going to leave it. I am satisfied that the target pulse ring thing is a solution. I'd like to explore it further, but I don't think it's that important right now. I don't know. Let's do the game review, yeah? So yeah, Bob, what do you have for me? Do you have a link? Hey, Frozen. PS4 controller is probably better. So when you say you thought it was mostly a platformer, is there a reason? What the heck? What was it about it that made you think that? Was it more about just me and knowing me, or was it the way the game presented itself? Make a looping animation that's the whole screen large? I wouldn't do that. I would never do that. That's crazy soft. Crazy sauce? Crazy talk? That's crazy. So you think the intro should be a little faster? That's good feedback. Or do you mean like physically, like your character couldn't do much? All right, I'm going to go into focus mode and we're going to play Adventure of Old and give my feedback. So as I play this, could you please write in the comments the kind of feedback you're looking for, what it is about, like what are you focusing on right now? Is there anything in particular that you would prefer I drill down into, or What makes sense? What's confusing? UI or UX wise? Okay, so we're looking specifically at UX UI. We're not looking at art style or anything like that. Okay, should we get going soon? Zed, let's just enjoy the moment together a little longer. You've been in your head a lot recently, huh? Sound is pretty good. Audio feedback for the dialogue. My first thought is that I feel like the gravity, maybe it's because I'm so used to Insignia, is very fast. The fall speed is super fast. Like the arc is fine, but it feels like I'm playing on two times speed. Maybe that's just the way it should be. Everyone's got a different way of doing things. Okay, this like camera, this like UI animation, I'm not super into because it feels like it's slower than the content. Okay. Again, like right now, the two things are like the congruousness, like having things end where they're headed. Like right now, the flower like went up over here and then like appeared here. It'd be really nice if it like actually went there. You know, just like a little bit tighter. If I could be honest, I really like this art style. I think it's really efficient. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, no, we don't like water. Okay. Like, you get to build such a big world with two colors. You're able to take things out of focus that otherwise I would be looking at and criticizing. But instead, I'm just thinking about the story. This, I don't know about. Maybe it's too early. Like the map's so abstract, it's hard to. I mean, if I go somewhere else, does the map? I love the gate. I think the gate's amazing. Okay. Oh, so this in-between space doesn't have a node? Can I say, like, so far, I'm very engaged. Like, nothing's overstaying its welcome so far. Compared to your last version, this is all cool. Cool. Interesting that you press down to leave. Total moments. That's kind of funny. It's a bit weird that it's like something so conceptual, like it's so like experiential, but you've got it as like a currency. 5 moments. I mean, it feels like it's tongue-in-cheek. It felt like it could only be tongue-in-cheek from my perspective. If it's not tongue-in-cheek, it's a little on the nose, but otherwise it's fine. Am I supposed to be able to do that? Also, does this use a controller? Oh, no controller? Okay, well, I guess I can't do that. I feel like I'm stuck. I don't think there's anywhere else I can go. I guess I'm supposed to go get more flowers? From the chair that I was already sitting at? Okay, you got a lot. There's a lot more here that you could do. So, first of all, I know it's small, but I think you need more pixels for that filling circle, and you need to point me out what I should be doing. The interaction's fine, but maybe it should be around the whole character rather than a circle that's empty beneath them or something, if you need more space. No, just so that you can, I mean, like, for example, I was thinking about the fact that like, I didn't even know that it was a circle. Like, it was just like a nothing. And then I pressed the button and it went and then disappeared. So like, if it was like, because you've only got white and black, if it was like this, and then as I press the button, it fills, you know, at least then I would have some sort of affordance. Because it's just an empty nothing, there's not really any opportunity for there to be an affordance there. So I don't know it's going to fill. I just see my character and I see, I don't really get what this is. And this, I imagine this was supposed to be, is this like a knife and fork? I didn't really get it. Yeah, maybe instead it should be like, this goes around this. With the button I'm supposed to press. Or the other way around even. I don't know. And I think if it's like an interaction that just is like if that's all I can do right now, I think feel free to take up more screen real estate. Trying to compress things down into this game is going to hurt you because you already don't have that many pixels and you don't have any color. So if you have no pixels and no color, like, you're just going to be making things hard for the player, you know? Oh, cool. Dude, this is quite powerful. Maybe it's just the music. Oh, you spend a moment. Oh, I see. Such a cute thing. I feel like if I was, I don't know what it is, but I feel like there's something that this is that I wanted Insignia to be, that Insignia is not. Maybe like a simplicity. Oh, I've already got 4. Okay. God damn it. Bit of a rage game moment there. How do I spend the arrows? I guess I can't. I also would consider, honestly, I would consider having the UI pixel sizes be smaller. It's really hard to read the text when it's that big and I'm sitting this close. Wait, I can't hold 8. Yeah, like exactly twice. Yeah, because I mean, the game's not running at a tiny resolution. The game is moving on half pixels and stuff. And I just find the text is too big. And I'm not sure making the font size smaller would help. Hey, there we go. Like at a certain point, it's just about how big a pixel is on the screen at full screen. I got a jump extension. Ho ho ho. I think other than the things that I've raised, I think you have a functional platform here of storytelling. I think you have like a game that you can keep making this the way that you're making it. You can do whatever you like, because it's there. You're able to do what you're trying to do, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I didn't read if I needed to buy something else. I feel like I needed another 8 for something else. Wait, is that just... Oh, cool. There it is. I like the air store a lot. Can I do it, or is it smart enough to never let me, even if I got really good? All right, I think I should stop. So far, I mean, like, look, the game's really ludic. You know, it's just fun to jump around and move through it. So the music's fun, like, it's cool. It feels low stakes, you know. Ouch. I will get that. I guess I need arrows for that, and the arrows will let me jump up. Cool. So, was I supposed to go back and buy a bow? That's the one thing I'm concerned about. Yeah, I think so. I'm actually, like, I'm having a good time with it. I'm looking for the next flower. Oh, it was the one that dropped. I was supposed to be able to cross that little gap. I think, like, look, there's certainly a lot of, like, UX polish you could be doing to make the game just a little bit more, to make it just be smoother in terms of the experience and understanding what I'm supposed to be doing, where I'm going, what the right button I'm supposed to press is, that kind of stuff. And just overall making the, like, this is fine. Oh. Okay. Like, this is fine. This is fine. Great. Oh, that's cool. Oh, this is the start of the game. Whoops. What is... I don't know what that thing in the top left is. I don't know if I missed that. That's my moments. Okay. I don't know where to go now. Do I have to make my way to the other side of the village? Yeah, this is where, like, the wayfinding thing is really important. I don't really know if there's an easy way to, like, teleport A warp zone would be nice for that specific thing, but it's okay. I really like how fun and easy just like the mechanical aspects of stuff are. Yeah, no yellow paint. Dude, the fact that you fall, but only after you've already been at the crest, that kills me. So like, if you're level, it's fine, but you can't be level unless you've fallen a little bit, and you can't. There it is. Oh, checkpoints of the fire. It's a lot of moving around. Bro. Oh, very nice. Okay. Yeah, I think something to collect would be good too, personally. It's always good to just feel like I'm able to be rewarded for moving in the direction I'm trying to move. You know, if the game can just say, hey, like, good job. Cool. So is the puff of smoke the save point? If I don't get the puff, I don't get the save? Well, look, one thing I can say is that I think the fact that the game is it's so straightforward what I'm trying to do, that I feel quite dude, this music has really got me. I really like this music. The vibe is just, it's doing what it needs to do right now. I feel like my life is simple, and I only need to do and think about simple things. And as long as I just do the thing I'm supposed to be doing, one thing at a time, I'm gonna feel good. Yeah, it's crazy how a game can do that. Like, it's such a simple thing. But I get, like, you set up, I imagine is the whole game getting all the flowers. The quest is very straightforward. So, like, I'm learning new abilities, I'm meeting characters, like, it's fine. There's no, I don't feel like I wish that something different was happening than what's happening. What is happening is what I expect to happen. Can I reach that? Looks like no. Whoops. No? Okay, I think I'm good. Thank you so much for sharing. Yeah, I quite liked it. All right, I gotta take a quick break and then we'll do some more dev when I get back. Ah, boy. So. Do I want to use the targeting system this way? I guess let's just make it work first, the way that I've planned for it to work, and then we'll work on that from there. So very quickly, public material, pulse mat, and then... Oh, getting a phone call. Sorry, pals, be right back. Okay. So we got the material, and then we've got like int pulse radius ID. Okay, and then we say pulse radius ID is shader property to ID radius, and then when we go to the pulse ring, it's actually size underscore size. Although we can make it radius if we want. Let's call it that, underscore radius. And then we say pulse mat.setFloat, pulse radius ID is radius. Very good. That's it, I think. Oh, and also the size of the transform, which it's already doing. Great. Great, great, great. That's the shader. This goes there. This goes, we have to recompile. Can I not just drag this onto that? I guess I have to do that. And then maybe they'll work the same. So I press this button. And I press it again and it does nothing. So press. Well, this doesn't really work anyway. It doesn't have to do that. Just press the button. Okay. I mean, it works. If it happened to be an enemy here and there, it would be a bit awkward. That's the only thing. But if I knew how it worked, then I would just get nearer to the thing that I wanted to target, you know? Perfect. Okay. I mean, it works. I'm into it, I guess. It doesn't feel... It's something about it feels a little like... I don't know. Maybe because there's no animation for the main character while we're doing it. I just have a sense that if I put like a couple of enemies in here, like... Or... Like just then, I was trying to target this guy up here, and it targeted the barbarian. See ya, Yo-Yo Bob. Yep. It's tough. I don't know. I don't know what to do. The way it works already is pretty feasible, and it's not error prone the way the other one is. I think a targetable thing is probably better. Like just, well, it sucks because like you don't want to do the nearest thing. I don't have an answer to this. I mean, the easier thing to do would be to literally have like either a cursor that just sits around on screen that you pick, which I don't know how I feel about that, or you pick a direction, but even then, yeah, that's not great for keyboard. What I have is functional. It's just not very attractive. It's not like ludic. It's not like fun to do. And it's also, it's cumbersome, what I have right now. Anyway. Tough. I think the targeting system that we just tested out, I don't like it. It's kind of a little weird. I might just like put it in a branch or something. It's like, I don't like what we have. Oh no. Can I like take this and drag it? No, that sucks. Oh no. Okay, here's what we do. We go to target radius. We set it to this point here. And then we take development and then we step it back to this one. Sweet. And then we just delete all this. And then we do that, reload that. I use fork for Git. Fork's really good. Very happy with it as a GUI. Okay, and now we don't have that anymore. Back to where we were. All right. We're still stuck with the issue of how this is supposed to work. I still don't have an answer. Other than it just does it to the nearest thing on screen. Let's do some concept art. I don't have long for the rest of the stream, but I want to try something. I'm not changing them. I'm just making a baby version. But they weren't eyes, right? It was like paint. Hey. The AI baby deer. Jesus. Deer never look this small though, right? Like proper deer. I like it. They like come out that big, don't they? They're like born. I mean, horses are like that. I don't know if deer are like that. So let's keep going here. They almost look like kangaroos. How do I make it not look like a kangaroo? It's the uprightness. And the ears, but the ears are big. I mean, they're big ears like that. I think also like maybe bigger features. Hmm. My Australian subconscious. Probably. Also, like, maybe a little more knobbly legs. I don't know. It's tough. And that's pretty up there. The knees, maybe bigger knees. But I think I've made a mistake by starting with the adult size and then just downscaling it. I think that's wrong. Like, I think I ended up with a downscaled adult deer. Well, you know, we could actually just go smaller. It's very difficult. This is really hard. It definitely looks more feminine, which is what I was going for. But I think the head needs to be bigger anyway, because nothing's head is that small in this world. Like, look at Armin's proportions as a person. That's a human. So, like, the deer need to be equally chibified. So let's go from scratch and just start with a silhouette and see where that takes us. That looks more like a child, I think. The big head and the stubby limbs. Not a fan of that. Yeah, that's probably closer. Hello. It's so hard for it not to read like a kangaroo, because you take a deer and you put it on its hind legs and it's like, well, what else are you going to do? I'm literally just looking at what I'm seeing. Kangaroos just look like that. I mean, if I did this, I just feel like I don't know what to do. I mean, that could be kangaroos, right? I think what I need to do, yeah, I think what I'll do, we're not going antlers for the young ones. Although antlers would make it really unambiguous, right? It's just that now it goes into very dog territory. So it needs to be at least out. It's so kangaroo, dude. That's not too bad. All right, yeah, we'll do it. As soon as I do this, I think it goes into like back towards what we want anyway, so I'll just do it. I know, but this is like, you know, there are things that you have to do to anthropomorphize an animal that you can't really get away from. So like looking up, you know, like you have to just pick, you have to sort of make it the concession, you know, it's either going to look up or it's going to look down all the time. And if it's a young animal, looking up is like what children do, you know, because everything's above them. So to not have it look up is it kind of, yeah, it might make it harder to communicate that it's juvenile. I'm trying to draw like a tuft of hair here, but that reads baby deer to me, right? Well, it is as tall as Armin. That's the point. It is. Like, they're a big species. They grow to be like 8 feet tall in this world. They're massive. I think that's pretty good. Well, I'm glad that you're impressed by it, because for me, I'm always like not fast enough. I need to go faster. I think I'm quick. I think I am quick, but I think I have a lot of work to do all the time. All right, so the colors would be, I would like it to be more orange, but I don't think we're going to be able to get away with that. Or I could just fake it, just do whatever colors I want. It's always a possibility. Which I think I'm at the point where I am prepared to do that. So let's go shift some colors. We could probably do this. Then take this color and use that for it, and then that color, and then that color, and that color, and then do that. We could do the patterning on the eyes. Not sure about this though. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Okay, well that seems reasonable to me, huh? White tail for good measure. Really? That color is that color? Damn. My eyes are like, no. Another illusion. I think that might have to be it. I wouldn't go further with the eyes. Well, maybe I would go further with the eyes. I do think there's a bit more contrast we could get out of this. If we just push the saturation a little further. For the orange. Just to like there. And then push this down a little. And then this one down a bit more. I think that's better. Sweet. Cool. Hey, Iko, thank you so much for gifting that sub to Your Waifu's a Lie. My thought process is usually, look, it used to be that I was quite adamant about sticking to the palette. And these days, I just don't think it's as valuable to do that. I just don't think there's as much to be gained. So what I do is I get as close as I can with my palette, and then as soon as I'm happy, I leave it there. Or it's like if I can get there with the palette, I keep it. If I can't get there, I adjust a little bit. So that's basically it. If I can get, I try to get as close as I can, and then I see what happens. And if I have to shift something here or there, that's no big deal. Hey, thanks for the follow, Artur. Artur. Cool. I might take this and go a little bit towards brown again. And then maybe even boost this. I think the contrast here is annoying me. It's too similar. Let's see what happens if we take this away. Yeah, I thought that would happen. I'll keep it like that. Maybe take this away. And I think we're just about there. Cool. Okay, and then I think we will give it some coverings. We could do like a boy version and a girl version. They should be about the same in terms of their morphology. But just to do something with it. The wrap is maybe a little easier. I'm really trying not to go into weird territory, you know? They're supposed to be, I mean, young. I think that's okay, right? That's like a Lisa Simpson kind of at the beach level of thing, right? It's not too weird. It's always like the worst doing this kind of thing. Like I know what I'm trying to do. I know what I don't want it to come across like. I guess I'm the one who said it, so maybe I'll just shut up. Cool. I've worked really hard on this art style. If it looks easy now, it's just that it's taken, I don't know, the better part of a decade to get to a point where I have something that's workable, that is reliable. I'm very happy with it for the most part, and it is refining. We just darken this a bit more. That'll do. Yeah. It's just like being like really brutal about how many colors you want to use, and then just making sure everything fits within the bounds of those rules. So, you know, like for me, if you can only use 3 colors for everything, you end up doing a pretty good job. You know, there's kind of like you have no choice. So see how far you can get and see what happens. And a lot of the time, like you can do, if you break down things into primary, secondary, tertiary, color-wise, like it's fine. It's not that difficult. And in fact, usually adding more colors kind of makes it muddier. So it forces you to establish clarity early. Especially like the way I started earlier just now, it was like with monochrome. You know, I'm not even using color. I'm just using shades, and then the shades become, what they need to. I replace the shades with colors that fit. Cool, so this can just go. We don't need this. Okay, this is Insignia, assets, character, sprites. Nope, that's shapes. Assets, where am I looking? Sprites. Character, chapter 2, Heron, children, concept.a sprite. Cool. Okay. Jeremy Foster on YouTube says, do you animate an A sprite? Yep, I do. Okay. We'll come back to this a bit later. I don't think I'll be live tomorrow, but definitely Thursday. If I am live tomorrow, you'll see it on the Discord. I gotta go, pals. It's been fun. I don't know where the time went, to be honest. I feel like today went so quickly. Did we spend that long on shaders? I don't feel like we did. Lands of Fury. Let's give him a raid. So, if you like what you see here on the game, check out the game on Steam and wishlist it. We also have a playtest that's available right now for you to play. You can also get merch for Insignia right now. I will be at Central Coast Comic Con this weekend. If you live in and around the Sydney, New South Wales area, the Central Coast Comic Con is happening in Gosford, I think, this weekend, Saturday. So come play Insignia there if you're around. That's it. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.